Very good everybody, and welcome to another video. This is your personal funky sim pilot. My name is Arkady Gidzenko, and I will be your captain for today's flight. And today's flight will be another one in our long hauls series. And we are returning to the TFDi design MD-11. Today with American Airlines livery. It's an old school type livery for the American Airlines. For a flight from Las Vegas to Honolulu. I forgot that out of the way. For a flight from Las Vegas to Honolulu, and you're looking at an en route flight time of about 5 hours 49 minutes, and we're covering a distance of about 2,500 nautical miles, a little less. We're cruising at an altitude of 36,000 feet. At least that should be the initial altitude. I haven't looked at the rest of all the altitudes. We're using real-world time and real-world weather, the Airsoft Simple Traffic Tool, and GSX. And let's just hop on in and get this thing going. So get the home screen out of the way, and let's get the overlay up. So we're parked here at one of the heavy gates at Las Vegas McCarran International Airport, United States. There you can see the pyramid in the background. I'm guessing that's the strip. Looks actually like there's something rotating there. Look at that. Never noticed that before. It looks like actually something animated. Looks a little bit like Mercury. Planet Mercury, but I'm not really sure what it is. Maybe it says a lot about my ignorance when it comes to American culture. I don't know. But I have no clue what type of planet they would put there on the strip in Las Vegas, but there it is anyway. So maybe a little disclaimer first. As I said, this will be another one of our long hauls series, which means that it is over it's pretty much a long haul flight. It's about almost 6 hours. So there's a chance that I'll at some point just go lie down for a little beauty sleep. So just be aware that if you're going to try and sit through the entire stream, you might get extremely understimulated. And on the other hand, if you like this sort of thing, where you just turn on some airplane sounds, you might actually just found a very good reason to just keep on watching. So let's hop into the aircraft. We're on the flight deck now. We've already attached the ground power unit and the jetway. So I think we should probably get started with the boarding. Just a few things first. Let's see if the ground power unit go services. It's been a while since we've flown this one, so the GPU is connected indeed. There we go. We could actually hear it outside as well. So what we'll do, we'll power up the aircraft, low battery, and then external power is available, so we can turn it on. We're getting some self-tests going on here. Same for the IRS. Inertial reference system. This is our GPS basically. We also arm the emergency power. External power is on, is available and on. In terms of lights, not sure what that weird flashing is. It's quite annoying. Nav lights can go on. Let's also turn on the logo lights. Right, so the aircraft's powering up, trying to find its position, aero in a line, so I think it's that's still aligning, unless all of a sudden it's doing it like way too fast. Usually I would like to have these things real time. So let's have a look here. realistic IRS line time. Okay, so that's good. Parking brake behavior, let's go realistic. And I guess we just save it then. So we might encounter some other settings along the way that I will then just simply address. So this will be our flight plan. We got the Radar 2 departure. And here we have our airtime, moved be 5 hours, 49 minutes, cost index 20, 36,000 feet from Las Vegas to Honolulu. MD-11, that's our aircraft. And yeah, let's see if we can set this thing up and get this girl flying again. Let's have a look outside. Absolutely beautiful plane this. Let's actually use the other camera, like this one. Can go around a little bit. Sorry about that. Just look at all the metal, man. It's just such a cool plane this. I cannot get over myself, really. It's an amazing looking aircraft. And she flies quite nicely as well, I must say. Somewhat of a challenge sometimes, but especially when you fly it a little more regularly, she definitely becomes a lot easier to handle. But look at these details. I'm totally loving it. All the dirt you can see there, and really nice. And the way you see this metal, different types of metal, just looking totally awesome. I just probably need a poet to describe all of it, which I am not. Although I do tend to have somewhat of a romantic mind sometimes, mind of poetry, but you know, that's what it is. We're just here to have some fun and to enjoy the planes and enjoy a little bit of the immersion where we can. So we're coming now to the front of the plane, and as you can hear, the ground power is extremely loud, which I've been told is actually quite realistic. These things are loud. So I get back inside. And I guess we should start the boarding process. I'm not sure if we need to open the door ourselves. Let's just see what's going to happen. Just GSX. We'll just say request boarding.
Boarding requested.
Let's arm the emergency lights up here as well. Open aft cargo door. That is now actually opening on its own. So looks like the boarding is starting. Not sure if in this aircraft if we actually do see the passengers seated. Do I have a couple of shortcuts, keyboard shortcuts? I do. This does look cool. Look at this. I would love to be in one of these. These are just so awesome. Look at this, man. Let's get back to the flight deck and get things going. No, do not attach the tug. Yes, like to board both crew and pilots. Very good, thank you. And can we see how many passengers we have? Not yet. Well.
Crew boarding starting.
Okay, so for the route, we can simply say send flight plan to FMC. Flight plan sent. And we'll get it right here, Las Vegas, Honolulu. I do believe at some point we'll have to click initialize IRS. We could maybe also just do it now, but that doesn't mean it's not still aligning, but once it's aligned, it's probably like aligned with the FMC, I guess. Pulse ref, do anything here. GNS nav inhibit. I'm not sure. Flight plan in it. So here's the flight plan. Or at least, so let's put some details in. So we are our call signs, American Airlines 812.
Your crew has boarded. Passengers
Cost
boarding
index
started.
was quite low, 20. We'll put that in to 0 right there, cost index. Now the boarding has started. Let's see if we see passengers, yes or no. And I don't think we can. This is actually going extremely slow if we do it like this. Let's do it differently. I don't think we'll be seeing anyone. There's someone coming right here. Walking through the aircraft. Walking through the, well, bulkhead, whatever. And they simply vanish. Although... Okay, so that looks a little bit painful. Back to the flight deck for us.
Good afternoon.
So cost index 20. Let's have a look at flights and we go to view SimBrief OFP.
May I see your boarding pass?
So it looks like we'll be climbing to flight level 380 at some point as well. So let's see if we can find that here. This is like always the part that hurts my brain looking at it. Three 380, and then descent, top of descent. Okay, so we actually will do 360 and 380. So then I guess we just put in 360/380. These will be our cruising levels. Can we do it like this? Looks like it. And then temperature, wind.
Good afternoon.
I think that would be temperature 6, wind minus 30. 6/-30.
Welcome on board.
So we got a headwind. Optimum flight level, maximum flight level. So I'm not really sure if we should put anything there. I'm not going to put anything in the alternate or anything. So basically that is that. For the flight plan, we should have the plan in here. Starts with a discontinuity, but let's put in our SID. I'm always used to checking that here, so my apologies. I probably will do this a couple of more times. Let's have a look. Our fuel will be 45.4. Final reserves 6,537. This will be our route out of 26 right with the radar 2 departure.
Welcome on board.
So 26 right, we always first use the runway. And we got the radar 2 departure. And there might be some transition as well.
Good afternoon.
Let's look into that. HEC. That's there as well, so we'll enter that and we insert the whole lot into the flight plan. Now, for our arrival, Honolulu. For now we just set up whatever we have, so we go to the star, and because I didn't see runway 04 left, the Inouye 1 arrival, 04 left, Inouye 1. So ILS right.
This way.
So we got a whole bunch of VOR approaches there. I'm looking for ILS for 04 left, see if that's an option as well.
Hello. This way.
We really have to go all the way up, like this. ILS 04 right, Yankee 04 right, Zulu, ILS 08 left, localizer, localizer.
This
So
way.
now, let's have a look, see if we can change anything, because I would prefer ILS landing. So we got 04, 04 left and 04 right.
Boarding pass, please.
So why are we getting 04 left, the shorter runway of the two, and without ILS, I have no clue. So let's change this immediately, we change it in here. So 04 right, change to.
Welcome on board.
It looks like Inouye 1 could still work.
Boarding pass, please.
Well, let's just double check.
Hello.
It's a little bit hard to see on my screen here. Looks like that's okay, so I think we can keep that. We can cancel it. So we're now looking at runway 04 right and not 04 left with the Inouye 1. Alright, so ILS Zulu for 04 right, and then we have the Inouye 1 arrival. And then dance was the transition, so let's select it as well. Wait, something's not allowed. Hang on, or can we already insert standby? Clear that. So dance, we can select it.
May I see your boarding pass?
There we go. So we have Inouye 1 selected, we got dance as the transition selected, and then we have ILS 04 right with Zulu. That's also selected, so that's what we'll do. We can insert that, and that will be now all in our flight plan. That should be it. So after hold up vectors, so that's not sure what's going on there. Let's just go flight plan again. That brings us to the top. Well, just curious now how many people were carrying with us today. 314, so we're now at passenger 48 out of 314. So quickly, did something. Let's see.
Hello.
I don't think there's anyone we can see at all. Not a single soul. It's totally deserted. Okay. So now we know. Okay. So that's set up. Let's quickly go through all the waypoints, see if there's any discontinuities somewhere in between. We do have vectors and then discontinuity to debris, and that's what is for our landing, for the final approach. So we can just leave that. For the secondary, for now we'll just copy our active and leave it at that. Now for the inner D page, as you would call it in the Airbus,
Hello.
I think we should be able to get this all from here. Set payload and fuel. Have a look at payload. Set payload. And set payload and fuel. So that should now all be set here in our FMC. So usable fuel on board, I think that's it, 45.5. 5.5, that's correct. You can see right there, block fuel. 45.5.
Hello.
And the reserve fuel should be 6.5. So for here, I must admit, I'm just pressing the button just because we can. Some other planes I look into it a little bit more detail.
This way.
And then finally the performance. Let's look here. We have the performance tab. We'll be taking off from Las Vegas. And our runway should be 26 right. That is a slope of minus 0.8%. That's the runway length. 4.5 kilometers. Let's get weather information. Temperature 38 degrees centigrade here in Las Vegas. That is crazy hot. QNH 29908. And then wind 220 degrees at 11 knots. So it's hot and windy, just like Venus. And here we got to calculate our takeoff speed. So V1 129, V rotate 152, V2 161, flex temperature 54, flap setting 13.5. That's a new one for me. I never used 13.5 in this aircraft. Usually it's 25. And you use the DIALO flap setting. That's going to be interesting. I like it. Hopefully there's nothing wrong. Not sure where it gets its takeoff weight from. It is now 200,000. So if we get takeoff weight, I'm not sure if it's going to keep refreshing or is it. I don't think so. I think this is pretty much final. But let's enter the information that they're asking. So what exactly should we enter in here? Flex temperature. Oh wait. Calculate again. Flex temperature 54. So 54. That's where the flex temperature. Packs will be off. Now flaps, that's interesting. 13.5 it says, so that's a total new one to me. And can we actually enter the decimal then? 13.5? It looks like it. So we'll have to look at that once we use the DIALO flap setting. It's definitely an interesting one. Slope and wind. So slope was minus 0.8%. And the wind 11. And in temperature, outside air temperature, 38 degrees Celsius. And this is now giving us 131, 152, 161 for the takeoff speeds. We got here 129, 152, 161. I'm going to keep what the FNC is telling us. We'll just confirm them. I think that pretty much sets everything up right there. So the passengers are still boarding. So these are beautiful old school livery for the American Airlines MD-11 luxury line. Let's look at that. It's just such a mouth-watering piece of equipment, this aircraft, really. Just love it so much. Such a cool plane. Especially this, look at it. It just looks so bulky, man. And not in any kind of negative way, it's just super interesting. It's like super bulky. Not sure what these openings are for. Interesting stuff nonetheless. I can see the hydraulics are not pressurized at the moment. I think my Siri thought that I was talking to her at some point. Alright, anyway. So the boarding is still going on. Let's see. The aircraft found its position. That's something. Then let's also set up to get some lights going up in here as well. And the QRH was 2998. I believe this is synced to the first officer side as well, 2998. Okay.
Welcome on board. May I see your boarding pass? Boarding pass, please.
Now the DIALO flap setting. I totally love this name. We'll go 13.5. And then we'll deploy the flaps. We'll or extend the flaps. We're not doing that quite yet, but that is what we'll be doing. So give ourselves a little squawk code, 3121. And I think we are at standby. Let's put it on the transponder. Now for the climb,
This way.
not sure how to do it in this aircraft. Let's just start by putting in 380, which is the step climb basically. But our initial climb, our initial cruising altitude will be 360. And we can see here stabilizer trim 6.3. We cannot do that yet. We do not have hydraulics. We'll have to do that in a little bit. We could maybe start the APU. Before we do that, let me check if we have fuel on board. We have 45.5 thousand kilograms of fuel. The no smoking sign will go on, and also the seatbelt sign. APU power, and just press it. Avail is flashing, so that is now starting up. Should be able to see that right here. APU, the N1 is starting. EGT is rising. I believe it's hidden right here.
Welcome on board.
I never really looked what this is. These two bars. So I don't know what it is, but every time I'm sitting here, it looks like a little like a lever that you can switch. Because I'm never really looking at it. I just see something out of the corner of my eye and I'm like, hey, there's something to press, but it's totally not. But what it actually is, I'm not sure. But look at the detail, man, that they put into this. Look at this, these little connectors with the little veins coming out, and then the entire cables, and then the bigger cable holding all these tiny cables with their little veins, if you will, together. So it's really nice. In a way, like totally useless to put it there because it doesn't do anything, but that's just why it is so cool, you know. Caution contains electrostatic sensitive equipment, special handling required. Okay, so let's not take a screwdriver in there or our tongue. Right, so what's our APU doing? Is that N150? Not sure if we need a fuel pump for that. APU power is available, so maybe once you turn on the APU bleed,
Welcome on board.
that might actually then start to continue, because usually I'm expecting to have the N1 at 100% or something. Select ignition is required, so, well, we're not starting the engines quite yet.
Good afternoon.
So here on the FNC2, select that.
Boarding pass, please.
Keep this on the first page. Climb forecast. So we could maybe actually put in our climb winds now that the boarding is still on the way. So let's do that actually on this side. So climb forecast.
This way, please.
And the climb winds, they should be in the OFP as well. Wind information. Climb. 350, 310, 200, and 150. So 350 is 230, 058. So 350 is 230 at 058. Oops.
Welcome on board.
058. 350, 230. So flight level 350, 230 degrees. 58 knots. Then at 310 we got 233,047. Just to double check, 310 is 233 degrees and 47. And flight level 200, we got 229.025. And finally, 150 will be 237 at 020. $150, 237,020, 237,020. Okay. So we got some climb forecast in here. Now we just insert.
Hello.
I'm not sure what the temp button does, so we'll just leave that. Understand? Perf mode. Oops, what did I just click? Auto thrust limits. Oh yeah, cool. We'll let's see. So takeoff approach B1 151, rotate 162, B2 161. guessing we're not quite at sea level here. We're almost at it's around 2,000 feet altitude above sea level. We got our V speeds up in here now. The aircraft has position. I think the flight director is already on this aircraft, so you cannot. Well, maybe you can turn it off. I believe there is something here, and then you can actually turn it off. But by default, it's on. I also don't think it has a yaw damper that you can toggle off and on. So let's have a look now at the boarding progress. 156 out of 314, so we're definitely still boarding, so it's a good thing that we start with that one of the very first things. Engine ignition, we can choose A. And that is maybe a little bit early, so let's turn it off again, so we'll just keep on using the packs for now.
May I see your boarding pass?
Let's see, our parking brake, I don't think that is set. The brake accumulator, I believe, let's see, 777 is here then. Where's the brake? That should be this one. Brake pressure. If we do this a couple of times, it should probably deplete. Let's just do that just to have some fun. So now if we set our parking brakes again, there you go. You can see it's actually taking some of the pressure there. So there is still always a little bit of pressure. So it's a good thing to check that as well. But good, the parking brakes are set. We have our squawk. And we don't have to turn on, the TCAS is not on yet. Let's have a look at the departure. It's an RNF departure, so probably fairly simple. So we're departing from runway 26 right. It's this one right here. It looks like heading 249 or we got the radar. I'm guessing it's this one. It's, my brain has a hard time processing all the information on this chart at the moment, but I'm guessing we do a runway heading and then 249 degrees left turn, and then probably this will go here, turn left 189, 180, and so on. But the aircraft will fly this for us, but it's good to have some general idea. Obviously, the aim is to be able to fly it 100% manually if needed, you know. But yeah. Then we sort of have some idea, and then let's also have a look at the taxi route, so we can go over some sort of taxi briefing, if you will, which should be nothing too crazy. We're parked quite close to our runway, so that's nice. Pretty much we just push back nose to the right, I think. Yeah, nose to the right will get us on one of these three yellow lines. They will take us down to Bravo, where we'll take a left. And we'll get ourselves onto 26 right, which is right there at the very end. So that should be, that should work out well. We do have a stabilizer trim to set. That would be 6.3. We do have a little bit of hydraulics, but I don't think we can set the. No, that's just no. We don't have hydraulics. We just have the brake accumulator there, but we don't have hydraulics yet. I guess in theory we could probably temporarily turn it on ourselves before we let the aircraft manage it. Let's see if we do that. Manual. No, that's the wrong one. The hydraulic pump. We're curious to see if this is now going to work. We should already be able to see by the rudder. And it's still not sitting flush, so maybe that is actually not quite the way to do it. Unless we need an auxiliary pump. That looks like it might be doing something. There we have a pressurized tail rudder now. So it means we should now also be able to set our stabilizer trim, and it was 6.3. And now it's going. Cool. Now I'm really curious if we switch back to system, what will happen with the tail rudder? The trim will probably stay in place, you know, but 6.3. So maybe like we use it once and then it goes, I don't know. Looks like we cannot use the rudder at the moment, no clue, but let's just at least keep it like this for now, so it's back to sort of default, so we don't have to worry about it later. Let's check on the boarding. 192 out of 340. So they're definitely taking their time. So unfortunate that we cannot see them, so the passengers. Usually we can. So for some reason with this aircraft, GSX, I don't know, doesn't like it. I don't know what the reason is. Probably some conflicts in the development. It's simply not possible, I guess. I don't know how that works. Actually, from up close, this livery looks a little bit crappy. But you know, it's a free livery, so I do not want to diss these people that did it, man. They did it out of love, and look at it. American Airlines. I love this old school livery so much. It's just when you get up close, where you don't have to be, you know. And look, something interesting. Our tail, our rudder is indeed no longer sitting flush. But it's still cool to see how these things are simulated, you know. It gives you some idea of like you're actually, you know, operating a really big machine, you know. You're actually operating it, not necessarily big, but you're actually operating it. That's pretty cool. Sometimes it's the little things in life that we might like, you know. So engine ignition not armed, that's correct. We have not set that yet. For now we're just using the packs powered by the APU, really. And actually, speaking of which, let's go to the air page. And look at these temperatures, because it's 38 degrees outside. And then we're looking at 26, 23 in the flight deck, 26, 24, 24, so we can probably get our passengers a little bit more comfortable. Let's go oops, oh man, that goes fast. Flight deck. So no step in between, okay. I guess we'll do it like this, not sure what that will look like here. I guess it's saying we selected 22 degrees and then 20 on the flight deck. Can we see the outside air temperature here as well? I'm not really sure. But that's alright. Let's put this back on engine. Oh, what did I just do? Wait. Yeah, there you go. So I think in the overhead we are pretty much set up. So we put the hydraulics back to system. You can see, so you can say manual, and then you can just control these buttons yourself if you will, but with keeping it that system. The same goes for the electricity, and I think also actually for the air. is also showing us we got 45.5 thousand kilograms of fuel carrying with us currently. That's cute. Board attendants. Crew rest, so if we're traveling with a multi-crew, we could call the crew that are sleeping or resting. Let's just reset anything that we did there. Beacons, let's not turn them on quite yet. We did arm the emergency lights. So really in the overhead, I guess we're done with the overhead for now.
Hello.
But it's always nice to explore and to look around. We'll set our cargo temperature, but I'm just going to leave it as it is.
This way. This way. Boarding pass, please. Hello.
One thing we can check, but I don't think that will be the case in our case, but I believe in this aircraft we can open the door.
Welcome.
But don't think that will cause the rendering of the passengers at all. Look at that. So this would be the first class. Very comfortable looking seats.
Hello.
I like the little leading lights that you get there. These seats look really comfy. We go a little bit more towards the back in coach. I would love that you could open and close all of these.
Welcome on board.
How cool would that be? No, this looks a bit weird. I don't think they modeled the toilets. No, it's just looking like this.
Welcome on board.
So this looks cool. American Airlines. I think I remember now, if we go to the other side, I believe it's in mirror. Shall we have a look? I think I remember from some other flight.
May I see your boarding pass?
Yeah, see? American Airlines, it's a mirror. So that's a bit lame. But yeah, this is just, as I said, it's probably like a single person's work, you know. So definitely do not
Welcome on board.
I mean, I'm using it. Let's be very clear. Excuse me.
Hello.
I'm using it, you know, because I love it. Must say I do not love it because of this. It's not something I love per se. And check out the big galley here, man. Look at this. Just huge. You can just do little dance steps in here. And play a little bit of guitar. So I'm thinking. Oh, I think if you can just play. Simpada. I'm your personal funky Simpada. Today we'll be flying from Las Vegas. Today we'll be flying from Las Vegas. To Honolulu, Hawaii. Okay, let's just put this thing away. But that's what we can do. Up here on in the galley. It's the biggest galley I've ever seen in any aircraft. Look at this, man.
Good afternoon.
And you just need GPS to go from one side to the other. That's how big it is. Let's jump on back to the flight deck, see what the
May I see your boarding pass?
status of our boarding process is. So 2:56 out of 3:14, so the boarding process has almost finished. So I think we should then start turn on the beacon. There's something weird in the Microsoft Flight Simulator. When you zoom in a little bit, then all of a sudden whatever was random in the background, now it's gone, and just see like through it or something. It can be a little bit weird sometimes.
This way.
Passenger load, that's interesting as well. We got 314. So might this help with the distribution? Is that how it works? Oh, we cannot do the third one. Oh, looks like we cannot click that. Okay. Well, then we won't. And yeah, let's turn on the engine ignition. Here is if we go to the air page, we can see the change. So 25, 23. Doesn't mean the temperature is going up again. There you go, 26, 24. So it's interesting, really interesting to see. So the moment we turn on the engine ignition system, you can see the packs are turned off. The packs were, let's turn it back off again for a second. So the packs now are on again, and they are powered by basically by the APU bleed. And that should then bring the temperature down again. So from 26, this one right here, that should then slowly move down to 25 as it is doing now. It's really cool to see that these things are simulated as well. But we will need to start our engines in a little bit, so let's just turn that on again. And hopefully nobody suffers from the heat for too long.
Good afternoon.
A little backup compass. Okay, so we're not configured yet. Parking brake is on, APU air elec on, seatbelt sign is on, no smoking is on. Doors are open, but not for very long. Let's check GSX. 277 out of 314 passengers. So definitely taking their time.
Good afternoon.
But it's a big plane, as you could see, you know. If you look inside, you can see it's very big as well. So, yeah, obviously taking some time to get everybody to their seats and their stuff. Their stuff stuffed in the overhead compartment. It's a shame that these aircraft are no longer being flown and being used, or hardly. You know, there's some cargo variants that are still flying around, I believe. But, and we've done a couple of those flights on the channel, but there's not too many of them actually do. I don't think they'll do commercial flights in these anymore. And as I was told, this aircraft was actually, when it was, well, let's say released, you can call it that, when it was produced. It was actually, I believe this was the first one. Just stand by 1 second. Yeah, let's go with this button, sorry. I believe this was the first one with the glass cockpit. And this was actually all quite top notch, but I don't know, I forgot why they stopped making them, but not a whole bunch of these aircraft were made, really. So look at these temperatures shoot up here, man. 29 on the flight deck, 33 degrees in the first section there. So yeah, we definitely want to get started the engines now, because I'm almost feeling like turning that off again, just because I'm now feeling guilty for the passengers. 289. At this rate, you know, let's just turn that off and just really wait until it's finished, just to be sort of courteous to our passengers. And again, obviously it's a good excuse to play with this again, but I don't know, you know, it's like, I don't know how I could live to myself. It's like 38 degrees outside, and you know, that's quite warm. So I'm excited about the takeoff and the flap settings. So we have 131, let's see, 131 is our V1 speed, rotate at 152, and then V2 161. And flaps 13.5, so we just dialed in 13.5 degrees with this dial of flap. Sounds so 50s, you know. But then when we first extend the flaps, they will stop at this stopping point. So this area here is all reserved for the dial flaps, ranging from to at least 25, and then I don't know, from 5 or something. Let's have a look. Yeah, so that pretty much starts there at 10. Let's put it at 13.5 again. So we have 300 passengers now.
Good afternoon.
boarding completed. So let's get ready and let's get this aircraft up into the sky where she belongs. So, boarding has been completed. We turn on the engine ignition. And there was something, the profile for climbing and nav for turning left and right for navigating. Alright, so let's call GSX and let's request departure ready for push and departure. So we did set the parking brakes. We do have the APU running, so we should also be able to then disconnect the external power. I'll disconnect it through here as well. And let's also remove the wheel chocks. So here's our beautiful plane.
We're ready for pushback.
Oh, to the left is old school livery, man.
Departure check completed. Bypass pin inserted.
So we're standing by for the pushback and to start our engines. The pushback will be nose to the right. We're parked right here, Echo 2. Nose to the right will get us onto one of these three or two taxiways. It will take us all the way down to Bravo, where we'll take a left turn, and then that will get us onto 26 right. So it's a very straightforward and simple taxi route. Nose to the right, that's what we'll need to tell GSX when they ask us. We already preset the flaps, but we do not have hydraulics yet, so 13.5, so the flaps will stop right there at 13.5. So let's check the progress outside. Oh, everything's in place, so nose to the right, tail to the left.
Release parking brakes.
You got it, partner. Parking brakes release.
All engines clear. Start at will.
Cool, that's what I like to hear. Engine number 3. We can see our N2 down here. You see N1 exhaust gas temperature, N2. We'll leave this aircraft to wait until around 15 or something before we introduce the fuel. So we're doing that right now. What the hell are they doing? Look at this. Coffee. Okay, I was panicking. Oh wait, look at, oh my god. I don't know if you remember from the last stream. Well, let me show you what might happen if they keep on pushing us. And that's what I mean, sometimes a microflight simulator. It is actually right here. This could actually just detect a crash. Imagine them. Yeah, that's insane, really. Look at that. So this is exactly what I was talking about, and I keep talking about some of these airports. They have all of a sudden, like, I was talking about like 30 centimeters, but this is like deep. This is like more than a meter, maybe. So it looks like we're in a good place, but it also means we should actually look forward. You can see this black line here, for instance. That's also sort of something similar, but this is just more evened out, you know. Alright, so we're getting on that line here. I think they'll stop us in time. The wheels do still have this distance to go, and not from here, obviously, but nonetheless, I am getting a little bit scared here. So stop here. and complete the pushback. Alright, engine number 2.
Set parking brakes.
You got it.
Waiting your confirmation for good engine start.
Copy. 15. Here comes the fuel. Turn on our TCAS. I believe in the United States. I'm not so sure it was a TCAS. Maybe not, maybe just a mistake. But yeah, look at that. You don't want to drive through that. You will just detect a crash and you can restart your flight, you know. Okay. Engine number 1 finally. I guess we can extend our flaps. So flaps 13.5. Arm the ground spoiler. Get some fuel in there. Beginning to sound like a running engine. Let's confirm good engine start and then we can get going. Confirm
Cockpit
good
to
engine
ground.
start.
We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Unlocking gear.
Okay, so one more thing we'll do. The auto brake goes to 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 take off, so that's the rejected takeoff. Stabilizer trim 6.3. That is set. So 131, 152, 161. We should have these speeds on the primary flight display as well. 131, 152, 161. Something else we need to do is I believe the auto flight. You click it once. That removes the, you see this white box that was around here as well, and that will then be removed.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
Right, so there goes gentlemen with our bypass pin. So yeah, that is one of those scenes, you know. So I'll make some confirmation. Alright, so we sort of saluted at the guy. Have a good trip. Thank you. Okay, let's zoom in for a little bit. So after departure, here we can see, we'll take a left turn, we'll do the cells and so on. The weather is off, we will leave that off for now. We already established it, we'll show you something, but not really. Auto brakes are to take off, parking brake is on, seatbelt signs is on, and no smoking sign is on. So the brakes, I believe that's it, but obviously we don't have to be configured yet, but we'll see that the moment we release parking brakes. We'll just turn the landing lights or the taxi lights on. Another turn off. and we're good to go. So now if we release our parking brakes, if we're totally configured for takeoff, the brakes should go and the white line here should become a green line. So let's see if that is spoilers. Hey, the spoilers, I thought I out the spoilers. And now they're disarmed. I just didn't detect it then, because it was actually sitting in the correct position. Alright. Let's get going. Runway 26. Right. So behind us, there's the gap. Look at that. I mean, look at what the Legion. What's going to happen to that plane? You know. Oh, I can't look away. But we have to look in front so we don't kill ourselves. Okay, it's not arriving there. What is it? I'll have to look out the window here for a second. Okay, I think. Let's look behind us. Yeah, look at that. If that were us, we'd be detecting a crash in the simulator and we'd have to restart the flight. And yeah, that's a little bit lame. So I guess for all these airports we need some custom scenery. Because we do not have that luxury of that AI aircraft behind us. Right, but here we are, taxiing. Very short taxi. We're pretty much already there. We'll get out of this and then we'll take a left there onto Bravo. And that will take us to the runway. You can see our wind there. Quite strong wind, I believe. So these poor people, it's like hot and what is it, performance. So 11 knots and 38 degrees outside. So it must be like a really hot wind like on planet Venus, you know. It's like 450 degrees or something there, and they have like extremely high winds. That's the cool thing, you know, with real world weather, you know. Gives you some idea of what these people in Las Vegas currently are experiencing, which is absolutely desert conditions. Sweet. Wait, was that another hole in the ground? I think we just go straight. So that's really scary, really, seriously. Like, I do not want to have to restart the simulator, or not the simulator, but the flight, you know. And I've had it at one of these airports during a takeoff run that all of a sudden detected the crash, and I think something similar happened. And now I'm getting scared. It might have been this airport, but I don't know. I've had so many flights in the meantime. I have no clue. So yeah, she really ground handling of this aircraft is horrible. But I guess it can't hurt to do some runway inspection, really, you know, at some of these airports. I think that's the Legion that was behind us, that actually drove straight through one of those dents. Got some something on the approach there as well. So what do you say? We just skip ahead and we just enter the runway right here? Let's just do that. And then there's always a chance the Southwest is going to drive through us anyway. Let's get back inside. We should turn on the landing lights. Look at that massive airplane, man. No, don't stop. So she doesn't taxi or ground handle at all like a 737 or something. But then again, you know, it might be that you just need to set some tiller controls, and I never use tiller. I don't have enough controllers on my Xbox 360 controller. I think here we are. Old fashioned Seamer, hey man, welcome back. Let's go, mate. Let's do this. Alright, so engines to idle. Hope you're doing well, man. Welcome aboard, and thanks for saying hi. How was your flight from, I believe it was from west to east? So we should be configured. There's a couple of things to double check. So this is all on auto now. I think we also turned on the TCAS. So this should be it. MD-11, one of my favorite aircraft of all time. Oh man, this is such a beautiful plane, right? Look at us. I can just look at this, you know what I mean? Yeah, I can totally imagine. Well, we're flying her today to Honolulu, so hopefully we'll have a nice landing as well. This is such a beautiful plane to fly and so it's been a while, so hopefully we'll make it. So let's not get myself nervous here. Alright, so I think it should be good. Let's see, do we need the FMS speed? Yeah, I think so. And oh, let's just get this thing going. So for the takeoff thrust, let's first do 50%. And then at around 70%, the auto thrust system should take over. One more click, one more, there you go. Alright, let's go. Rotate. Here we go. Positive right. Gear up. Look at her go, man. Leaving Las Vegas behind. 38 degrees. Get back to the flight deck, and it looks like we have a little left turn here. So the nose down a little bit, or accelerate a little bit more. I'm going to try flaps or flaps up. I must admit, not quite sure still about the SR, at least it's flat retraction. Profile, some profile, you know what, I'm going to turn on the autopilot. So 81, plus F1, profile to 36,000, hold at 8,000, so that's why I turned it on, so the aircraft will actually hold us at 8,000 and not manually. Those flat retractions coming up, clean minimum speed 209, so we can retract the flaps fully now. Can disarm the ground spoiler and the auto brake as well. Runway turn off lights, so we can turn those off. Such a beautiful plane, man. Alright, let's get back inside. See what's going on. Quite an important part of the flight, I guess. So, alright, 8,500, speed 250 knots. Should not go any faster than that, below 10,000 feet. We're on our way to Reid, from Cells to Reid, where we should be 13,000 feet or higher, and speed 309. So 10,000 feet, the nose will drop. We can now turn off our landing lights too. And let's also turn off the seatbelt. Fine.
Stabilizer motion.
I forgot to start the timer. I'm not sure if there's anywhere in the FMC there's a timer maybe already running, but let's turn it on right now. We see that's up there. So Reid coming up in 14 miles. Okay, so what is the time? 23:45. So about 4 hours and 45 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, from the flight deck, welcome aboard American Airlines 812. We have turned off the seatbelt signs, so feel free to unfasten your seatbelt and to walk around the cabin and make use of our facilities. We expect to arrive at our destination in about 4 hours and 45 minutes. We'll be cruising at an altitude of 36,000 feet, and a little bit later we'll climb a little bit higher to 38,000 feet. This will be around a little over 11 kilometers. Should you need anything, please feel free to ask our wonderful cabin crew. On behalf of American Airlines and the entire crew, welcome aboard and thank you for your attention. Alright, so we got that out of the way, 18,000 feet here, so we can switch to standard pressure. There it is, 290902. Beautiful plane, man. I just love these sharp pointers there. I don't know what to call them. Must be super ignorant, but and that sound. Alright, let's get back to the flight deck. 22,700, shooting up here, man. So I'm not sure how the step climb in this aircraft goes. I don't think she will do it automatically. Go to the performance page. Pre-select cruise. So not really sure. Well, there's also descent forecast actually. Let's enter our descent forecast. So we'll go to the wind again. Climb, top of climb, and then all the remaining waypoints. There's our transition dance, top of descent and descent. So we can do the same here to 350, 310, 200, 150. So 350, 206 at 16. So 206 at 16. So we just enter these winds manually like that. And then 310 is 204.40. and 14 knots. That is 138004. So just 4, okay. And 150 is 036009. Let's just do 009 just to be sure it doesn't change it into anything else, so there it is. And then we just insert, and that should be in into the into the FMS. So top of climb, so I'm not sure when now to execute the step climb, but we'll see at some point, obviously. Actually, it doesn't say 380 on this one, does it? Or maybe it does. This should be just above. No, this doesn't make sense. And then top of the descent right there, 360. Well, we could see in the OSP actually that there was 380 too. I'm not really sure why that's not shown. Probably I'm doing something wrong here myself. But I guess we'll get there anyway. So that's not the end of the world. We're not flying to the end of the world today. So what flap settings do we have? 1 to 15 degrees. Could have a look at that later, but let's just for now put it back to 25 for when we'll land. Okay, so now what's the temperature doing? Because it was really hot. Well, it's still quite hot actually. It's so nice, the APU just turns itself off. This might be really cold, but yeah, it's going to work out. If we get complaints, we can always turn it up again. Alright. And fuel. Wait. $1350, $1350, 1400. I'm not sure what this is saying. Hang on a second. Here's our fuel. Okay. Tail tank. Alright. So 41,250. And the ballistic progress page should tell us what the estimated fuel will be upon landing. 17.6 thousand kilograms of fuel. So hold at 360, even though we put in 380, so 360 is in the flight plan. But looks like we just found out that there is now no 380, so I'm not really sure what I did to get that to not appear here. So earlier we saw something very interesting here at the tail section. These little openings. What are they? Looks like they're moving. They're actually moving. Oh, okay, I don't know, it's hard to see because the plane is moving as well on the camera, but it's almost like they're moving, but I have no clue what they are, what they're supposed to do. But it was an interesting detail to see. This just looks like a pointer for a soldering machine, doesn't it? It's like super hot pointing. Such a cool livery by American Airlines that they had back then. Alright, let's get back inside. We're at cruising altitude, 36,000. It is saying cruise limit. Not so sure. Is anything changing now that we're at 360 maybe? Nope. And in it. So we did say cruise levels 360, 380. Just not sure if this is the correct order. To me it would seem like this would be the appropriate order, unless you say cruising altitude is the first and then come all the steps maybe. But I might have to look into that. Right, so for now, we're scheduled to land at the runway 04 right. See if we can get the weather through the performance tool here. So PHNL, runway 04. Get weather information. So they're on hectopascal 1018, which is interesting because Hawaii is actually officially United States territory, but so I don't know why they are using hectopascal. Because in the rest of the United States they use inches mercury. Headwind, so 15 knots. It's quite strong wind today at Honolulu. We expect to arrive in the early evening, a little bit before sunset. Yeah, so we do at least have some sort of weather report, I guess, so that can help us. So wind from 060. It's called here a headwind. Well, yeah, it's a 20-degree difference. So runway 04 right, this one right here, and then 060 somewhere right here, so that should be okay. Maybe preferable, the preferred runway would probably be longer. And let me just check maybe what the limits are for this aircraft, because runway length might seem Short, 04 right. Wait, this is saying... This is showing something else that I saw earlier, I believe. So 2.7 kilometers, 9,000 feet, and it should be okay. Okay, so just looked it up. Looks like we probably will have to use a little bit more of the auto brakes when we land. We have a couple of settings. We have medium, minimum, medium, and maximum. And then there's the takeoff. Probably with medium would be okay, I guess. We could do maximum, but it's not super short. We don't have to set this right now, but in preparation for our approach. So we can keep monitoring the weather, and we'll just see which runway we'll use, and then we can maybe change later. What we did is we did copy the active flight plan, and maybe the current flight plan we could set up for the landing. So at some point you can see there's vectors at the end of the arrival. So move up, and then we need vectoring to debris. Let's first get the chart for 04 right. We have this one, ILS Zulu, 04 right, so let's put a pin in that one. Now, this is our arrival. We'll be coming from the dance transition to the Lima, to Jolo, to Bambo, Isnet, Inouye, Zura, in our case Huba. So after Inouye we go Huba, and then they say runway 04 left, right, expect RNAV, RMP, ILS, GPS approach or radar factors for final approach course. So after Huba, we can see if we can maybe create a waypoint or like enter one, for instance Uka or something. I'm sure they won't like you to do this in the real world or on that sense. You know, if you just create your own thing there, you either get vectors or you request vectors or, you know, usually you just get vectors. But in our case, I do not feel like vectoring the airplane around while I'm doing all these things. I don't feel comfortable and don't like that. Although I do really like it actually when I'm flying on that. It's just like, okay, so where do I go? Right, okay, and then, you know, just go right, heading 050, whatever. Yeah, so in our case, we'll be coming from Inouye on a heading of 216 degrees for 5.5 knots come out, and that should then take us to Huba, which should be there 7,000 feet at max 220 knots. Let's have a look what it says there. 220 knots, 7,000 feet. So that's correct. But then it says vectors to debris. Debris is not on this chart. We go to the final approach chart for Honolulu, Hawaii, PHNL. ILS Zulu, runway 04 right. That was the debris, the initial fix. So we could maybe go to Yapku. Not sure where we're coming from, but we could maybe try that, Yapku. And then via Derby. Just so we have a little bit more time to properly prepare. So let's see if that's possible. We can always enter Yapku. Let's get the plan view. So we can already see hoob up, and then there is this straight line, meaning vectors. So debris. So what was the name of that waypoint I wanted to add? Yapku. Let's see what it would look like. So Yapku. If you put it onto vectors, Yapku would be there. Might be also a bit of a tight turn. So maybe we'll do something else. We'll create a waypoint off of debris to 180 degrees. So let's just do that. So Yapku can go. Clear Yapku. It's now saying insufficient fuel, but that's okay. We can. It will understand what we're doing later. So hoob up. Debris. So from debris, let's say we go down. I don't know, 10 miles or something. Yeah, or maybe 5, let's say 7 miles. So from debris. So how do we do this? Debris. And I believe the MD-11 by TFDi, I think we can do this. Debris. And then should probably be Airbus style, so / and then the direction. So let's say 180 degrees. And then another / for the length of that. So let's say 7 miles. If we put that now onto vector. Let's come right here. Let's do 5 miles. So then that's it. So that one can go. Clear. So debris. / 180. And then let's say 5 miles. For some reason, yeah, okay, this makes sense. So yeah, let's connect these dots. So vector, let's just first get the flight plan discontinuity out of the way there. That's not allowed. Yeah, okay, I guess. So then we'll do vector. Should go. And now we should be able to also get rid of the flight plan discontinuity there. And the top one too. That leaves us with us coming in from Inouye, the end of our arrival, onto Hubab, and then to our custom waypoint that will take us north to Debris, and that should give us a little bit more time. I don't think we can set a range link in the MD-11 by TFDi on the fixed page. I'm not really sure. I believe I've tried it once. What's this called again? Let's see. I believe it's just called 04 right or something. RW04 right. Let's try again. RW04 right. So that should be the fix. It's not on database. And then it's probably Airbus style PHNL. And then just keep on typing 04 right. I believe, I remember, you can set a fix on a waypoint, but not on a runway. There was something about it. Let's try for instance the entire airport. PHNL. Just to test and to find out. And that actually does work. Can we clear this? There you go. So maybe the formatting, PHNL, and / I don't know. But now sky's the limit really, 04 right. Let's try this one thing, and otherwise I don't think it we'll find out now. It's just not in database. So yeah, we'll do without the range rings. I usually like them, and I like the extended runway center line and everything. But obviously, you don't need them. But it's just cool if you, yeah, it's just cool if you can use them, you know. Yeah, so the go-around procedure here as well, we turn right. Not sure what the intercept means, might it be a VOR or something? Or from this point we'll intercept a heading or a track to Alana. And probably a left-hand holding pattern. Here we can see it, Alana, a left-hand, actually. This is confusing, these arrows. It looks like it's a right-hand pattern, so not really sure how they look at this. Maybe I'm taking these things too literally, like an actual racetrack, you know. But I don't know. I would have put it on the other side. If your first turn from here is going to be a left turn, sorry, a right turn, then it would be nice if it would look like that, you know. Maybe I'm probably not understanding it, but yeah, not really sure. We could maybe have a look. Might also be that this is saying left. Let's see, do we have a hold? Hold right, so a right turn. So then you would think it would go to the right on the chart, right? I don't know. Yeah, so I don't quite understand it. Maybe I'll find out one day. Let's go secondary flight plan. And for now we just copy the axis again. So that means we've copied it including our amended flight plan actually, and the changes we made were actually for runway 04 right. So in case the wind changes like too much, for instance such that we have to land at 26 right or something, or 26 left, we could then set that up as well in the FMC. Where are we on the world map? We're north of LAX. Whoops. Can we actually go out? Yes. Let's not do that. And I don't think the TFDi design MD-11 has on shade. At least not here. Sometimes in some of these simulations they might be hidden in some compartments. I don't think we do. We do have the hook to attach it to. That's such a beauty, man. Okay, so we don't need the plan page anymore, so let's go back to map. And let's increase our range. So maximum range. So we do still have a couple of hours to go. So we copied the access. Fuel flow 2.3 per engine. Our total fuel now 38,500. Cool. I'm happy to be flying my MD-11 again, man. Alright, I'll be stepping off into the galley for a couple of minutes, and then I'll be back. Alright, back to the flight deck, here we are again. Event marker, what the hell is that? An interesting one. We can go sit in the back. We'll just not see any other passengers, unfortunately. So it does say tilt down, but it would not actually tilt down, unfortunately. So it's quite a shame. It would be so cool if the weather was actually detected and everything, you know. Okay, so we're at 90.1 on all three engines, 95.4. HT is 360. Fuel flow 23.5. It's actually nice to have a visual representation, I guess, of the amount of fuel with the little line there. Temperature 20, 22, 21, 20, and 19 here on the flight deck. Probably a little bit cold, maybe, I don't know, 20 degrees, but we'll keep it like that. Config. Back to engine. Now it does say profile to 38,000, didn't say that before. But still, it will never go to 38. It is saying 3 hours, 48 minutes to go to the top of descent. That's something I really like on the MD-11. That basically, well, I don't know how long are we into the flight. It's like 1 hour and 6 minutes, a little bit longer, maybe like another like 5 minutes. So let's say 1 hour and 50 minutes or so. And we still have like 3 plus almost 4 hours to go. Let's already show the top of descent at from 2,000 nautical miles distance, which is extremely useful, especially for me streaming. You know, that I can know like what time do I want to be back. So let's say I want to be back 48 minutes before the top of descent. Then I'll know I could have a break for 3 hours and rest myself a little bit. I'm not sure I'll be able to like engage both myself and anyone who's watching for 3 hours just by cruising like this. But it does not say anything about the flight level here, so maybe I'm looking in the wrong place. If we go to the inner page, we have cruising levels. What if we change these two around? I don't know if we can in mid-flight. The aircraft's going to freak out on us. What if we say 380, but we'll get there via 360, something like that. It does allow us to override for some reason, so that's okay. It's actually now climbing to 380. I'm curious what does the flight plan say, because maybe it would already have wanted us to be at 380. Might be a coincidence. It's an interesting thing to keep in mind. But yeah, not quite sure how that works. But I guess we're cruising, with climbing, that doesn't hurt. Just to take a little snapshot of our plane and the moon.
Altitude.
Okay, so we're almost at 38. We already were almost at 38. Climbing 800 feet per minute. What are the maximum zoom there? I think this is also affecting our top of descent. 3 hours 27 minutes, like 3 minutes ago this was 3 hours 48 minutes. And what about the fuel flow? That is now higher, but obviously we're still climbing. 94 output, almost 95 on all engines. So I'm not sure if there's like an elapsed time in the FNC somewhere. Could we get some weather maybe? Let's see the log on status. I'm not sure, I'll look into that one day. Let's see index. Weather. I think I've looked in here, but not really sure where it gets it from. I don't think this works. So let's say PHNL. Yeah, I believe we got this far, but then not like how to then actually get the weather. Change from meter to TIF. That's about it, then you can just return. Receipt messages, miscellaneous or agency. Nothing. No, alright. Not sure if this actually works. Would be cool. ILS and course, we could maybe enter this ourselves. I believe this will also be taken from the database once we get close enough. Otherwise we do have the charts, obviously. I'm not sure if there's a way to, if there's like an internal counter here that's telling us how long we've been flying. But it might be that on this aircraft we actually do have to turn on the timer there ourselves. We did a little bit late. We're now 1 hour 40 minutes into flight, plus an additional 6 or so, 5 or 6 minutes. It's saying transition 18,000. Yeah, that makes sense for the United States. Let's see our arrival chart. Transition flight level 180. That's right there. Progress page. So 4 hours 22 minutes to our destination. I believe when we tried to create a fix around the runway, I believe it's probably the first thing we tried, right? RW04, right? And then it probably says not in database. Yeah, okay, so forget about that. Just clear that out. So from RGS to DINTY, next will be Do It. Usable fuel on board 35.8. Where is that? 35.8. Estimated fuel on board when we land will be 16.4. Let's see, the top of the descent is, oops, oh, wrong button. Come on, Arkady. First page. 3 hours and 20 minutes. Yeah, so that definitely changed once we started to climb. What's the fuel flow now? It's definitely a bit lower. Now we're at 380. We got our wind read out, temperature. There's a second page here as well. What does it show us? Vessel fixed. I'm not sure if there is an internal counter, then because how long we've been flying. I mean, not that we exhausted every option, but like from glancing over it, we're now. I don't think it's in there. I believe it should be in the 747, the 777. I'm not sure. In that page, I wouldn't expect it here. It's the weight information. We're not going to jump any fuel. Dump any fuel. notch off the autopilot, AP1, button F1 and hold 30. Alright. To top of descent, 3 hours 14 minutes. So it's time for me to rest my body a little bit and have a little bit of a beauty sleep. I'll be back at least 3 hours or maybe 2 hours 45 minutes or so. Let's say it's around 4:30 Zulu. So I'm saying this correctly. So 2 hours and 45 minutes. And on top of the set time we should have here as well. Usually you will see that in the Airbus. Not showing here well, unless it's at the same time as 404, then that should be it. That's in about 3 hours. And that makes sense. Alright, this goes back to flight plan. So just keep on cruising like this. I'm just wondering what would be a nice view, maybe just to see the airplane from the outside. And with the sun on it, and the moon in the back, or we just go to half the sun. Maybe that looks nice, I could go somewhere. Alright, and I'll see you later. home for many days. Hey man. Nice view to the high legal. I'm good, thank you. I hope you're doing good as well. When will you do a VATSIM stream? I never know. Top of descent, 19 minutes. Now, let's look at the weather. So 070 degrees at 15 knots. Could be that we could maybe change runway. So the 8 is staying. Middle 6015 gust 22. Heading departure runway is 48. Still runway 04 right, like we have now, I guess. Could maybe set up for another runway as well. Left. Yeah, let's go to the main flight plan. The active flight plan. So if we were to change, let's see if we can do it now. We have 15 minutes to the top of descent. So we go plan page, zoom in. So what if we were to just change our runway through here? I have to check something here, 08 left. Looks like we can still use the Inouye 1 arrival. Let's look at our charts. left. Build position dance. Inouye 1 and insert. You can see, looks a lot different now. So vectors and then selling. Before selling, we'll do Paco and Uka. First Uka. Uka is actually in there. Wait. Insufficient fuel, that's correct. No change, so after Uka, we'll put in Paco. Put on vectors. I don't see that on here, but do it differently. So remove the vectors there. Clear vectors. Clear pipeline discontinuity. I guess this looks a little better. If we zoom in maximum. So Bumble. Ignat, Inouye. Not sure about that Zura thing. Oh, that's Zura and then Uka. So Zura, Uka. This is looking cool. Okay. That looks like what we should be doing. Then on top of the set. 1 hour 32 minutes? I don't think so. So keep going. Uka. So it's now saying the top of the descent in 1 hour 31 minutes. I don't think I understand. There is still that waypoint. Maybe that is why we're now at Drake. Then it wants to go here. Okay, and that's obviously not going to happen. So we delete the custom waypoint we created. So clear. And we also clear the discontinuity. Then top descent 26 minutes. Okay. So then we have dance here on top. The Lima. Top of descent. Joel. Bamboo. Zoom in a little. Inet. Inouye. That is hurting my eyes. Thank you. Zura. Okay. Okay. So this looking good. Let's go map view. And we're now in heading mode because we just changed. So let's go back nav, and the next waypoint should be dance, and that is still ahead, so we can still change that. Back to nav. So AP1 is on, fast nav1, 138,000. Top of descent 24 minutes. So we got a little bit longer. Right after the Lima we will start our descent. The Lima is 502. So 24 minutes, I guess that's okay. So fuel wise, I think we should be fine as well. That's right, fuel mode 7.6. probably just land around sunset. Expected time of arrival now 5:26. About 45 minutes. So top of descent after the Lima at 5:02. So a couple of things for us to set up now. So now that we're landing on runway 08 left, a couple of things are changing. We need the ILS frequency 111.7 and 079 degrees for the final approach course. Basically all we have to do is check the nav that page, see if it's there. Not there. Let's just enter that, 111.7. And the final approach course 079. 1117, 079. So now we place that with ourselves. Then using altitude 200 feet. If you choose the radio altitude, air elevation is sea level. Fogatry. Vertical light stop will take us down. That would be 9 miles from the Hotel November Lima. And let's see, ILS identifier. That will be at an altitude of 2,200 feet. So that's what we're going to be aiming for. So if we now change the altitude, 2,200. And the whole FMC is basically pretty much Airbus, but once we will fly over the top of the descent, unlike in the Airbus, it will actually start to take us down automatically. Alright, I'll have to step into the galley for another second, so I'll be right back. When I get back, we'll prepare for our arrival. here we are again. So I think if we would have landed at 04, 04 left, probably would have already descended and we'll probably have a sort of a daytime landing. Now it might actually be a little bit dark on the land, but we'll see. Not expecting the fuel should be fine. The progress 7.2, landing 5:29, about 40 minutes. Just go over the approach again, so Jamal, Bumble, Inouye. Yeah, this is looking beautiful, exactly how I like it. Very nice. So flight plan, and we go back to the map preview over here. On our way to Lima now, we'll arrive there, 93 knots come out. So the radio altitude says 200. I think that's exactly what we had. 200 feet. Well, straight and landing here on runway 808 left. We set pocket 2,200. We set 2,200 in here. That's our holding altitude. So we'll start descending at some point, but we will not go below 2,200 because from there we will only get below 2,200 by flying the ILS and the glide slope that will just take us down. Missed approach procedures more or less the same. An intercept again to Havana, but we're not going to do a missed approach. So all we need preparation is now the local QNH. The pressure is now 1018. Let's get the weather information, refresh it. So this is the latest weather that we have. The wind coming from 070 at 15 knots. Let's actually change the runway. This is saying 04. We're now changing to runway 08 left. And it should give us a headwind of 14 knots. Alright, so 1018, and what's the transition altitude? 80,000 feet, United States. 1018, I do not think we can redial it in this plane. Unless we go... No, we cannot really reset it here. That's fine, we'll just stay sharp. Look, there's Hawaii coming into view, I guess. Where are we? There you go. Istanbul, net, Dura, and then that will take us around, and then we land on runway 08 left. So what do we do after landing? I believe we vacate to the left, so runway 08 left is our runway. 12,000 feet, that's very nice. Then we just vacate to the left somewhere, and there is the main Itinerary. We do still have a couple of minutes before we start descending, 9 minutes to go. A couple of other things that we'll do. We'll choose the auto brake. And let's just try minimum, that should be okay. I must say I'm excited to land this aircraft again on the channel. I don't know what can I say. It's just such a beautiful plane, man. We just have a few vacation shots, like screenshots. Golden hour is dawning. So that might be slightly poetic. The dusk is dawning. Minutes to top of the set, 15 nautical miles. Set 4 minutes. So could be the golden hour landing today as well. That would be nice. Always a nice visual during golden hour. So 3 minutes until we start standing down. Minutes. Minute 50 nautical miles, so we should see the plane start its own descent now in about 1 minute. Such a beautiful plane, I just cannot get over it. So there's the islands to our left. And there's a really cool observatory there as well on one of the islands. With a telescope. Top descent, 1 minute, 9 miles. Let's keep on monitoring, see if it actually starts descending, but I think it should. Time arrival 5:29. It's about 25 minutes. We're now 5 hours 40 minutes into the flight. Four miles to double descent. That little arrow there coming closer and closer. Closer and closer, never so close until the aircraft has no other way but to just go nose down. And one should be here right now. 3 miles, 2 minutes. There you go. Jumping to economy descent. Going down. It's immediately saying add drag. Let's do that. Get our speed brakes out. Here's our vertical deviation indicator. We still have a ways to descend, so we're good for now. Also, see if we can retract our speed brake. I just keep on monitoring our rate of descent, basically. Let's strap in the passengers. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. There you go. Let's get the final weather report. Still 60 degrees, 14 knots, temperature 27, duration 019. I'm not sure, I think we have the takeoff approach. Probably do we have some information here? Let's do a flaps 50 landing. That would give us a final approach speed of 141 knots. That looks like it's going to be our latest weather. So 5:31. Right, let's do the cabin announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, from the flyback, this is your captain speaking. As you may have noticed, we have started our descent to Honolulu Airport. Please return to your seats and make sure that your seatbelts are securely fastened. We expect to arrive at Honolulu in approximately 25 minutes. It's a bit of a windy evening, but nonetheless we do expect a smooth touchdown. The local temperature will be 27 degrees, so it's going to be a nice evening, we hope. On behalf of American Airlines and the entire crew, thank you for your attention and thank you for flying. Right, we got that out of the way. Let's also start the sky dolly so that we can record the input, so that we can later replay it as a landing replay. This is something I'm doing off the screen. You cannot see this, but it's just to record it. Alright, so the recording has started. Definitely golden hour time for us. Look at that. Cannot help myself, but I have to take another screenshot of this. See if we can get the camera on the other side. And then we can put the plane in the middle. Just listen how pilot is on engines idle descent. So nice. It's like whispering, you know? There's the setting sun. Look at this. Let's get back inside quickly. We're still okay on our descent profile, that's good. 24,000 feet, so let's start the APU. Maybe a little bit early, but do it nonetheless. APU power. APU starting up. You should see that here. There we go. The numbers are starting to come alive. The N1 is rising exhaust gas temperature. Fuel estimate 6.7 upon landing. Now to take a picture with my phone to send to my beautiful lady. Alright, cool. Get back inside and see if we can set the sucker down. We're a little bit high here on the profile now, so we might expect add drag, but we'll just do it anyway. 18,000 feet coming up. So let's check our local QNH. Let's keep the drag out for a little bit longer. So 1019er. And as you can see, this shows that we're actually a little bit high, so it's good. A good thing that we kept the speed brakes out for a little bit, so we can get back on our vertical profile. Deviation showing we're a little bit low on the high side, so a little bit above our descent profile. But this little diamond is now slowly climbing back up, so that's good. So I'm excited to land this beautiful plane again on the channel. Absolutely one of my most loved planes in this simulation. Need to look at it. So I'm not sure what our runway is lit. There, maybe. Yeah, there we go. There's our runway. What's happening here? Get the speed brake back in. So, bamboo. Turning for EDAT. We're doing well on the profile now. Alright, cool man. I'm excited to do this. Expected time of level 531. About 15 minutes. The APU power is available to us if we need it. One 1.7079, that seems to be okay. There's our airport. Maybe there's a weather update. No, 06014 knots. Right, so we're almost at 10,000 feet. Let's turn on the landing lights. At 8,000 feet or above. Rule a little bit high here, let's take air drag. Do that immediately. So speed brake out. It's not too much of a deviation, but let's keep them out till the diamond starts to go up a little bit further. Like it's doing now. And then just keep them deployed just a little bit longer. Speed is okay. And now on the way to Ozura. Or Zura. Speed still 230. Alright, let's retract the speed brakes again. Flashing, air drag, just do it. And yeah, we should be at 230 knots, so we're speeding a little bit. After Sura, we go to Uka at speed 210 at 6,000 feet. It's still showing us a little bit high here. There's another airport. Still a little bit high. Speed's going down. We didn't quite make 2-1. Well, actually we did. Right. Speed brakes retracted again. On the way to Baku, speed 206, still 6,000 feet, then selling. As we're getting closer, turn on the runway turn off lights and the wing lights. Sky always still calling, cool. Right, so we're now holding 6,000 feet. And after Baku, we can start descending to 4,000 and selling. So after we take a turn to the right to Baku, we will turn on the approach land. This aircraft does not have a separate localizer and a separate approach button. It just has one button for both of them. It's called approach land. APPR/land. We're now turning. Now we're further descending and looks like we're okay on the profile, I guess. Let's turn on the approach land. You can see now land armed, land armed. Cool, man, I'm excited to set this beautiful airplane now. So, on our way to Selik, and then we'll take a right turn, and then we'll intercept the localizer. We're now at 5,300 feet. Speed at Selik. I don't know what's saying 220. We're not going to aim for that, I guess. Fogatry 144. Let's check our final approach speed is 141 and flaps 50. So the localizer is still armed, but not intercepted yet. Add drag. Let's do that. Get our speed brake out. Localizer capture. And we're below the glide slope here, so that's also good news.
Stabilizer motion.
And there's our runway. Let's see if we can go flaps 1. pocket 3, we should be speed 144. So, good luck airplane. It's going to have to slow down. We're 15 miles from the runway. So the glide slope's armed and about to capture as well. So let's go see if we can go. That would be flaps 25. Not sure if that is a lot. Alright, so we have to retract the speed brake, I guess. And we arm it for the ground spoiler. Now 6 hours, 2 minutes into the flight. Now we're standing by for glide slope capture. 3,300 feet. And decelerating. Range 11.7 miles. So speed's getting a little bit low here, 144, but that's, so let's get some more flaps, 28. Getting landing gear warning, so let's drop our landing gear.
Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear.
Right, we got the green bar, means we're fully configured for landing.
Stabilizer motion.
Range still 10 miles, 2,400 feet. Cabin crew, please take your seats for landing. So flaps 35 at 9 miles. So let's set this sucker down at Honolulu.
Stabilizer motion.
The inner mark. $1,700 feet. The range is 7.7.
Stabilizer motion.
There you go, glide slope capture. Flaps full. And then at about 1,000 feet, we'll take over and we hand fly the rest of our approach. Let's turn off the autopilot.
Autopilot.
so keep her coming down.
500. 400. 400. Approaching minimum.
Well, let's not descend too fast. Last bit. Continue.
200.
Aim for the touchdown zone if we can.
100.
Here we are.
40. 30.
Left.
20.
Idle.
10.
That's a bit of a bouncy landing. Nose can touchdown. Welcome to Honolulu. Reverse. Knots, engines to idle. Flaps up. Brake it. Let's keep it rolling. As you can see, she decelerates quite quickly. No vacate there to the left. So it was a bit of a bouncy landing, something that happens a lot with the MD-11. Let's actually take a right turn in here. And we'll settle down. Probably way too small for our airplane, look at it. And our tail will be sticking out. Alright, wheel stop. Parking brake set. Cool. So, welcome to Honolulu again, everybody. There's our American Airlines livery, MD-11, not the MD-11, the MD-11. But American Airlines livery, one of the old school liveries. Not the greatest landing, a little bit to the left of the center line. We bounced a little bit. But looks like we did make it in one piece. And I believe the aircraft itself actually performed quite well. Usually the pilots that are, or at least in my case. Yeah, let's have a little screenshot of this too. Alright, man. That is it. Old fashioned simmer. Thank you so much for saying hi. FPS Lego. So nice to see you again too, man. Hope you're doing well. Thank you very much, guys, for checking and for saying hi. And yeah, FPS Lego, I will definitely do some vet sim flights. I will not do them every time, but I will definitely do some vet sim flights. And I also created a Discord channel. So just for an experiment, So just feel free. The link is in in the channel description, and we'll just see how that goes. I don't have a lot of experience with Discord yet, but I've used it a couple of times, like to be on voice with friends, playing some games, you know. But yeah, we'll see if that's going to be interesting, yes or no. So just so you know, in any case, thank you very much for checking, everybody. It's very much appreciated, and I will see you in the next video. Bye bye.